No. Yeah. Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Reballution Cup powered by Sketchers Pickleball. Join us somewhat through the Open Men's Singles Division. This year the men's singles is being run as a double elimination format, so this matchup between Louis Leville and James Chowdhury is the winners bracket final. For those who aren't familiar with double elimination, it's a knockout format that allows you to lose one game and still be in with a chance of winning overall. So Louis and James have both won all of their games to date. And Louis just catches inside of the line. So this isn't yet the gold medal match. Both players are guaranteed a medal for having reached this stage. The loser will head into the bronze medal match. Players just having to get used to having referees calling the score on their behalf and waiting for the full score to be called. Again, we saw yesterday when James got going in his singles matches, the consistency of depth and direction on those returns proves really difficult. Netcord just takes that ball wide. Again, a shot we saw a few times from James yesterday against Arvid Darlin. So we're getting up to the net, reaping the reward. I think throughout this match we'll see both players making a concerted effort to get up to the net as much as possible. As you can see, that Louis coming up to the net just puts a little bit of added pressure on that next shot of James's. And net cord goes perfectly in Louis' favour. James managed to get a paddle to it, not quite redirect it back into the court. So nice early lead for Louis here in this game. Really nice backhand drive from Louis with the one hand. Not something we see the most often from him. Yeah, I don't think either player was sure. Check with the referee. Referee said he thought it was in. So back with James, 0-5. return just landing a little bit short, allowing James to step in onto that ball. Again, as we saw yesterday, forehand is very dangerous. And great point from Louis. Both players extremely agile. Louis doing really well to stay in that point. Dropped a couple of balls, gave himself a bit of time to recover. It's been a couple of unforced errors from James, something we're not used to seeing from him. Similar in the game yesterday, took a little bit of time to warm up. So 1-6. Again, so difficult to judge some of these balls. The amount of topspin that James hits the ball with. It's really difficult to know whether that ball's landing in or out. Forehand is firing now. Louis a little bit frustrated after that one, but I don't think there's much he could have done. Gap just 1 point now. As we discussed yesterday, the slice return will keep the ball nice and low, but against a player like James, it's going to give him a lot of topspin to work with. Where he might find himself struggling a little bit after that slice return. He's got the serve back, 6-6. Yeah, great defence from Louis. Nice control on those volleys. Just misses the drop. It's a lovely one-handed backhand drive from Louis. We've seen it a couple of times in this match. Not the most common shot for him. Seems to be working well at the moment. I think that ball kicked up, caught him on the hand. Just misjudged the bounce slightly, I think. So James in the lead for the first time in this match. Because we're still in the winners bracket, this is best of 3 games to 11, win by 2. Again, unforced errors, just switching across to the side of Louis Leville. James looking a lot more confident moving in after the drive. Yeah, and great ball from James to finish that game. So takes the first game 11-6. Louis started the game off really well, just struggled as James started to fire a little bit more, looked a little more confident in the second half of the game. A couple of unforced errors just creeping in as well, so I think for Louis the key is going to be keeping those returns deep, maybe fairly central. Following in off the return, keeping the pressure on James. He's had some success when doing that. Got a bit of support in the crowd from his mum and his dad. And that ball just sails long from James. Switch of ends means players do have to adjust a little bit in terms of the wind and the sun. And nice change up from Louis. That drop meaning James having to make contact with the ball below the height of the net, forces his opponent to lift the ball up. You see a switch to the left hand. Again, the first backhand drive was really quite effective. Nice volley from James. I like to see Louis try and drop that fifth ball and force his way into the net. Again, the key so far, forcing your opponent to hit the ball below the height of the net. Makes especially that volley on the fourth a lot more difficult. Wind is definitely picking up a little bit. As you can see, the umbrella of our cameraman turning inside out. So not the easiest conditions, and both players are English, so not used to such extreme heat as we've got here. Return goes long, so first point of this second game goes to James. Follows up with a long serve. Seen a couple of those from him in this game. Net cord again, not in James's favour. Third shot lob lands a little bit short. I think Louis just a little bit stuck for ideas when that ball comes deep onto that backhand wing when he's at the back of the court. James's lob goes long. Louis doesn't come from the same tennis background that James does, so he's had to work really hard for his singles game to develop the strokes both on the forehand and the backhand side. Does mean that he's ended up with a fantastic all-round singles game. Yeah, nice play from James. Bit of news for you from the other match going on in the bracket, the match before the bronze medal match in the consolation bracket. It's been won by Bartosz, beating Mauro Garcia 15-2. So Bartosz will face the loser of this match. Yeah, great forehand from Louis. Bit behind on the scoreboard, apologies. Louis extending his lead, similar to that in the first game. And we reach exactly the same point at 6-1. Yeah, too good from James. So difficult to play against him in singles, knowing he can go in both directions, off both sides. This time net cord works favourably for him. That same shot inside out forehand. Just starting to close the gap a little bit. Louis bemoaned himself in that first game of few unforced errors off the returns in the thirds. It's the danger with the slice return, the paddle face is open, so the ball will go a little bit further through the air. Might not be visible on the live stream, but big impact on the ball by the wind off of that return. And again, return goes long from Louis. So just 1 point in now, 5-6. It's does so well to stay in that point. Kept reaching those volleys. We did say yesterday as well, possibly the player with the fastest hands in all of European pickleball. Lovely passing shot on the forehand. Serve and third approach shot. So difficult for James to do anything with that ball. Extended the lead again back to 4 points. Just caught a little bit in no man's land was Louis. More of an element of no man's land in singles than we have in doubles. James goes just long. Loaded up with topspin. Didn't quite land in. Yeah, and great point from Louis again. Did really well to deal with that backhand overhead. Looking into the sun. And sets himself up with a game point to take this match, to a deciding game. Yeah, James does really well. Side to side, gets right round that ball. So back with James, 5-10. I think that's the third serve that's gone long in this match for James. Again, something we're not used to seeing from him. They're doing so well off that backhand wing. Just not quite enough. Dropped a little bit high in that last ball. Meant James could wait for the ball to sit up. Be a little bit more aggressive off the bounce. And an ace. Not something we see very often at all. Not quite sure what the circumstances were. But Louis taken a timeout in retaliation. Louis remarking that he probably should have just called the ball out, but I think James called it in for him by walking across. So timeout for Louis at 6:10. What we often see in especially the higher level singles, is players moving in at the same time they're hitting their return. I want to make sure they get into that net. Louis finds the backhand volley. Takes the second game. And we're set up for a deciding third set. So it feels like the top end of the court, furthest away from the camera, is slightly advantageous side. As you look at the court, wind is moving left to right. Louis just doing a couple of stretches. Staying loose. It is very much a grueling day with the double elimination format. All games best of 3. A little bit of waiting around if your opponent hasn't finished their game. Yeah, fantastic backhand from Louis. Great hustle. Just adding on the left hand for the backhand to get that direction. An absolute marathon of a point, ends with Louis on the floor. Very much representative of the effort that has to go into some of these points. James really gambling with the serve. We've seen a few sail long, that one right inside the baseline, forcing that short return. Nice ball by Louis, not loaded with topspin that time, but direction and angle. Again, forcing James to lift that ball, especially on the backhand side, can be difficult. Netcord just takes the ball wide. Nice ball from James, plenty of topspin. Yeah. Side to side with the accuracy, so difficult. Louis done really well so far to get to as many of those volleys as possible. Slice return just landing wide, prompting a timeout. From Louis. Just a bit of frustration. He's called out a couple of times about missing a couple of returns here and there. The margins are so small in these matches. James Chowdhury repping that Pro XR signature paddle. Pro XR, one of the sponsors of the Reballution Cup 2024. And again, return goes wide from Louis. Just got to refocus here. Want to make sure that this return lands in. You can see that return a little bit more central, a little bit safer, but still got the depth. Just cuts off any angles for James to work with, has to create his own. And unforced error on the return. As this is the third game in the best of three, players will change ends at 6. And again, Louis taking advantage, being able to get into the net first. I think if we watch this match back and count the number of times the first player getting into the net wins the point. Bit of a commentator's curse, but I think we'd still be up. Just misfiring on the forehand. That slice return staying really low. As we said, added risk, giving James the topspin to work with, but that ball being so low makes it so difficult, even with the topspin. And again, Louis just finding himself somewhere between the baseline and the kitchen line. Always going to be difficult in singles when you're in that area. Backhand just goes long. Interesting on the volleys from Louis, landing a little bit shorter in the court, forcing James to move forwards. This game just a little bit backwards and forwards at the moment. Neither player really asserting themselves. Again, we see unforced error from that mid-court position. So back with Louis. Wouldn't be surprised to see him on the forehand off this third shot. Bit of a change up with the drop. Didn't quite drop enough for him to follow it in. Great point from James, takes him to 6 and switch of ends. Louis giving us a bit of colourful commentary about the situation he finds himself in. So difficult playing James, constantly moving side to side, backwards and forwards. Impossible to predict where that ball is going to go. Both players just taking their time, taking on plenty of fluids. We are into the 30s degrees Celsius across this weekend, so very important for the players to take their time. So 6-3, James to serve, and again goes long. James called the ball out. Louis checked with the referee, who said he thought it was in, and then James decided to overrule, or the referee's call, or Louis decided not to take the point. Louis finding some success, sending that return back to the forehand of James. Generally in singles, players will aim to return to the backhand, tends to be the weaker shot. So again, neither player really taking the ball by the horns at the moment. A bit backwards and forwards. So difficult in this heat to maintain such a high level across a long game. Yeah, James doing a great job going back behind Louis. Instead of running side to side. So just sending the one back in the same direction. Keeping Louis guessing as much as possible. And again, success returning to the forehand of James. Louis did so well with that two-handed backhand, getting that ball up and over the net. Just couldn't follow up with the next one. So neither player scored a point after the change of ends. And there it is. Louis just giving himself a few words of encouragement. Goes just wide with the one-handed backhand. Nice idea. Lob lands right in the back corner of the court. Little wry smile from James. Knows that the wind helped him a little bit there. So extends the lead to 8-3. And it's a good job these two are friends off the court. Don't think that would have gone down so well otherwise. This time net cord doesn't go in his favour. So back with Louis, see if he can get been stuck on 3 for a little bit. Yeah, such a good return from James. Forcing Louis backwards off that baseline. Maybe like to see Louis, the next opportunity he gets to serve, go a little bit bigger on the serve, aim a little bit deeper. Yeah, too good from James, down the line. Return had plenty of depth. And that sets up match point for James. Yeah. Nice volley on top of the net from Louis. Missed similar one a few points ago, so important for him to get that one in. See if he can use it to build a bit of momentum. And again, depth of return from James, coupled with the wind, making it so difficult for Louis. Might just want to take a step further away from the baseline so that he can step into those third shots. James goes deep with the serve. That's number 6 or 7 so far. And there we go. Deep serve from Louis. Forces a return error from James. Exactly what he needed. See if he goes deep again. Set himself up really nicely, just couldn't quite redirect that backhand back into the court. So second game point, match point for James. Just leaning back a little bit on that forehand. And serve goes long from Louis. Understandable. After that last serve he had some success. And again returning to the forehand. Keeping James guessing, working really nicely at the moment. James taking advantage of that loopier serve from Louis. He did very infamously come back against Freddie Powell in the English Nationals in 2022 with the lob serve. And the two-handed backhand goes long. So James takes the game 11-4. That sends him into the gold medal match. Louis will make his way into the bronze medal match where he will face off against Bartosz. We might have that game up next. I suspect Louis will want a bit of a break in between. But keep your eyes peeled on the live stream and we will be back once we have our next game ready to go.
Al filo no es. Vamos a ir ahora y volvemos, que vamos a tener que ir a la casa.
Espérate, Juan Luis, Juan Luis, Juan Luis.
Pero vamos por separado.
Dime, Miguel. ¿Cuántos queda? ¿Cuántos queda para empezar?
O nosotras también.
¿Cuántos medio?
Ja. Ja.
I'll be honest, I am not familiar with Bartosz, so it'll be a learning curve for me as well, watching this match. Louis goes just wide with the double-handed backhand. Although this is the bronze medal match, traditionally the winner of the bronze medal match would win gold, but in this double elimination format, the loser wins bronze, and the winner goes back into the gold medal match to play against James Chowdhury. Louis swinging nice and freely on that backhand side so far today. That return staying nice and low with the slice. So neither player yet to score a point. A short return by Bartosz gets punished by Louis. We've seen that a fair few times today, that depth of serve and return so crucial at this level. Yeah, and Louis going back behind Bartosz after that first volley. Quite a common play in singles, rather than running your opponent side to side, going one way, getting the ball back and then going the same direction again. And such a good drop from Louis. A little bit more cat and mousey that point, more drops and moving around. Did really well to control that forehand. And that forehand, just as Louis was, too good, whipped cross court, loaded with topspin. So Bartosz gets on the scoreboard, 1-3, tries that same forehand again, wasn't quite close enough to the ball, just rushed slightly through it. And again, the backhand drive working nicely for Louis, forcing the volley error. And as we saw in that last game, playing from that mid-court position, always going to be difficult in singles. Too good from Bartosz. By the time that ball reached Louis, it was about knee height. Just so much topspin on that ball. Return error from Louis again. These players so keen to get up to the net. Have to move through on those returns. Occasionally just causes some issues. Bartosz just one step away then from being at the net. Meant he was on the move when hitting that volley. And backhand roll goes long. Louis had a reasonable amount of success so far in this game, just forcing Bartosz to create his own pace on the ball when he's at the net. And again catches inside of the line. So extends the lead to 7-3.
Why would you go there? That's so stupid.
If Louis had that opportunity again, might have gone cross court. Great third shot from Bartosz again, loading that ball with topspin. And Louis just trying to run around that onto the forehand side. Gave himself a little bit too much to do, not enough time and space. Yeah, and too good from Bartosz. Louis normally fairly comfortable in that cat and mouse game, but that roll backhand back behind him proving too good. So gap now just 2 points. And again, finding himself just somewhere between the non-volley zone and the baseline. The turn goes wide and visible frustration from Louis. Missed a few more than we're used to seeing him miss. And net cord takes that drop wide. Louis just geeing himself up a little bit here. Has just come off a 3-setter against James. A 45-minute match. So there will be an element of tiredness starting to creep in. Just didn't quite follow through all the way on that drop. Really important in pickleball that rather than swinging backwards too much, that you push right through the ball. The second backhand goes long. Louis doing really well to get to the first one, forcing Bartosz just to hit one more shot. And again, I think Louis could benefit just from standing a touch further back once he's hit his serve. Net cord very much in Bartosz's favour on that one, which brings the scores level, 7-7. Forehand goes long. Louis been stuck on 7 just for a little bit longer than he might want. Just struggling on that third shot. Maybe like to see him return to dropping the ball on that third. Gave him a bit of success earlier on in this match. Yeah. Louis just not taking advantage of that smash opportunity. So switching ends at 8-7. This is a game to 15 win by 2. The 5-0 women's singles is also underway. Slightly different format for them with a 2-group round robin followed by single elimination knockout. And as we've seen plenty of times today, that shorter return very much being punished at this level. Good point for Bartosz after that switch of ends. The wind just picking up a touch here in Rota. And there we see third shot drop. Gives Louis a point, like we said. I think we might start seeing that a little bit more. And brings himself back level 9-9. And retakes the lead with a fantastic inside in forehand down the line. And again, Louis dropping that ball. Bartosz struggling a little bit to create pace and direction from up at the net. Gave Louis an opportunity to step onto that forehand. Absolutely ripped down the line. Just a couple of unforced errors starting to creep in from Bartosz. Something we've not seen in this game, really. And return again goes long. Great momentum for Louis here. 2 points away from that rematch with James Chowdhury in the gold medal match. Yeah. Bartosz trying the third shot drop, just left it up a little bit high. Looks very much more confident with the drive. And again, great depth on the return from Louis. Sets up match point. Goes for the big inside in winner. Misses wide, didn't quite get round that ball enough to give himself enough space. Good pressure from Louis again. Getting right into the net as early as he can. So again, like to see a third shot drop. That will set him up nicely to take this victory. Yeah, does extremely well. Great reach on the ball. Takes the victory, 15-9. Great job by Louis. Sets himself up really nicely for the rematch with James in the gold medal match, which I believe we will have shortly. So stay tuned and we'll be back for that match.
increases at like 8 so I'm thinking you might try
I would go. I'll take.
Exhale, cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt, resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless space, white eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round, it won't let me out. Sing when I swim, supposed to be the one to take every last pain away. Nothing on our loving. Maybe time told us that we were different. Did it break you down? Staring at the ceiling, fighting off a feeling. One more minute, 'cause I just don't wanna come down.
There's a go shop. Hey, you can't do it. Yeah. Stay in the game.
Okay, looks like we are about to get underway. This time we have a women's singles round-robin matchup between Thadia Locke and Sabrina Mendes. Both players probably fairly confident coming into this competition. Finding themselves in the same group shows you the level of depth in the women's singles this year. Looks like Thadia to serve first. Nice net play from Sabrina. High pedigree of paddle background, Sabrina. So very confident both at the baseline and at the net. Yeah, great ball from Thadia. Nice roll volley. Sorry, off the bounce even. And slice return just goes long from Sabrina. Seen that a few times today. With that slice return, just open paddle face, sends that ball a little bit higher and a little bit further. And the lob goes just long from Thadia. Just needed a touch more topspin to bring it back down. Going with the wind as well. So it was always going to be difficult to keep it in. Yeah, I like the idea from Thadia, just didn't quite get clean contact for that backhand drop. Yeah, and super good play from Sabrina. Nice flat backhand down the line, taking away time from Thadia. Sabrina just wide, so difficult to play against her a lot of the time. Just how many balls come back to you? Net cord brought that ball back onto the line. So Sabrina takes the lead, 2-1. Oh, just can't quite lift the ball up and over the net. So they're just moving through that ball a little bit on contact. It'll be quite difficult to direct that ball flat down the line.
Were they both pretty straightforward?
No, Katie was hard. I went 11-9.
Yeah.
Lily was yeah, I had 6 against Thadia.
And great job from Thadia. Something we've seen in all of our men's matches so far is when your opponent is at the net, forcing them to make contact below the height of the net
Better than me.
just makes that volley so much more difficult.
Well, that first hit, basically.
Return just sails long from Sabrina. So back to 2-2.
Literally slanted towards us. So it's so hard. Like,
If you play tomorrow,
but yeah, I've lost the first one from 14-12 as I texted you. Did you read it?
no, I've told the day.
I was 14-12.
Yeah, a nice ball from Thadia that time.
16-14, and then
Kept those feet stable on contact. Sabrina confirming that the ball was in. Lots of respect between these players. Played against each other enough times. And Sabrina doing a nice job of going back behind Thadia. Again, something we've seen a few times today.
And I did it again, then I was really wary of it because you can feel if you put your foot it just goes whoosh, and it's about that far away from the base, and that's where you
return to.
I mean maybe not so much in doubles, but oh yeah, I did really well against Thadia.
Is this the last round robin then? So what, Nerea it just got away from
But Katie beat her. It was so
Did she?
bizarre. I don't know what it was.
Well, it's sometimes style matters a lot. Like.
Again, Sabrina going back behind Thadia, just missing that volley wide. Oh no, looks like she made it. Couldn't quite tell from my vantage point.
But then I did rubbish against the rain. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I think it's like 5.
Great hustle from Thadia. Sabrina just a little bit too much direction and pace on those balls for her to get that last one back. Did a fantastic job staying in the point. And as we've seen so far today, just forcing your opponent to hit one more ball, despite what it looks like, can often give you a bit of a bonus point. Thadia calls timeout after just sending that ball into the top of the net. Contact point was a little bit behind her when she hit that backhand.
Where are you winning it? Are you passing her or are you just serving?
So Sabrina up 5-3. As a reminder, this is just 1 game to 11 in the round robin stages. There are 2 groups in the women's singles. The top 4 from each group will progress to the quarterfinals, which will be a game to 15, followed by semi-finals and finals, which will be best of 3 games to 11. There's a good amount of prize money up for grabs today, with the winners, I believe, taking home €900 in both categories. Runners-up taking home €500. Third place €300 and fourth place €150. So definitely all to play for here. Beauty of the round robin in the women's singles is a couple of losses doesn't leave you out of the competition. The double elimination format of the men's singles can be a little bit more difficult. If you have a slow start, you've got a lot of work to do to get back into a winning position. Yeah, nice play by Sabrina. Thaddeus going for the lob. Looked like it might have worked. Just couldn't quite follow up on the next couple of balls. Sabrina did a great job keeping those balls low. So as it's a game to 11, players have switched ends at 6, so Sabrina serving at 6-3. Just taking a bit of extra time after the switch of ends, adjusting to the wind. And great ball by Sabrina. Not the most common thing we see, the flat backhand. In the men's, we've seen a lot more topspin being used, but this match, flat backhand has dominated a little bit down the line. So Sabrina, a couple of points after this end change, extends that lead, that return goes long, so up to 9. Big hello to previous partner of mine in the Scottish Open, Alison Fulton, who is watching. Another unforced error from Thaddeus on the return, gives Sabrina a game point here at 10-3. Yeah, and too good from Sabrina. That ball just sat up a little bit off of Thaddeus' paddle. And gave her the time to roll that ball cross court. I believe that these were the last games scheduled in the women's singles round robin. So the next games will be the quarterfinals. We may have a men's singles final to play before that, so keep an eye out, and we'll be back as and when we have our next match.
my body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightness shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I
Miguel! Miguel! Go! Manda que juega, venga, cuarto de final. Ahora, después de esta, creo.
We are back with a women's singles quarter-final matchup between Thadia Locke and Caroline Nothnagel. The pronunciation has been a bit dodgy, so again, apologies for any of that. Just getting underway here, 0-0. Just wide from Caroline. Not a familiar name for many people. Not played too many pickleball tournaments outside of her native Sweden, I believe. But looks to me like high-level tennis background. Goes just wide again on that backhand side. So early lead for Thadia. These quarterfinals are each a game to 15, win by 2 points, so a slight change from the round-robin matchups. So 0-3. Still at 0-3. Not too many extended rallies so far in this match. And that's a great point from Caroline, moving in, sort of half lob shot into the back half of the court. And follows that up with a nice serve, so gap just 1 point. Came a little bit over the top of that ball. And that is probably one of the strangest shots you're going to see this weekend. Got to use all parts of the paddle. A little bit off the frame, but nevertheless, winning shot is a winning shot. And again, just not quite getting low enough to get up and underneath those balls. Slice from Thadia. Keeping that ball nice and low. And that's a really nice backhand from Caroline. Followed up the cross-court drop with the drive down the line. Ball came on the court, so we'll reserve. 2-3. Caroline using a lot more topspin than we have seen from Thadia and Sabrina in the previous match. And that's a great ball from Thadia. See, she's not ripping it, just almost like a hybrid drop drive shot. Just getting the ball down to the feet of her opponent. Hate to sound like a broken record, but anytime you're forcing your opponent to lift the ball when they're at the net, it's going to put you in a strong position. It's a nice approach from Caroline.
Plug it like during the break.
It's the first extended rally we've seen, dominated by backhands. Caroline doing a great job keeping the pressure on Thalia, forcing her backwards, and then taking advantage of the open court. Takes the lead, 4-3. That ball just skips through a little bit. And again, Thalia just making contact with the ball a little bit behind her body. Always going to be difficult to get the true direction when making contact behind.
Yeah. So you need you are running down.
I can make it work, but yeah, if we have one. And again, Caroline really dominating when she's coming up to that net. Big presence. Lots of reach. Taller than the average women's singles player in this division. So going to be a slight advantage to her. Little shake of the head after that ball goes long. I'd like to see Thalia go for the serve a little bit more, try and keep Caroline at the back of the court. And again, same as before, that contact point just straying a little bit behind. So Thalia gets the serve back at 3-7. I don't mind the shot choice. Maybe would have preferred it to go cross court. Gave her a bit more room for error. But that's a nice return from Thalia over to the forehand side. Saw that with Louis and James earlier on. Louis returning to James's forehand a bit unexpectedly. Yeah, and again, Caroline coming up to the net. Really dominating presence. Thalia finding it really tough to get anything past her at the net. Net cord goes in her favour. Maybe might be the start of a little bit of momentum. Just needed a bit of a break. takes advantage, scores the point, so up to 4. Ooh. I think Thadia thought that ball was going a little bit shorter. Just got tangled with her feet a little bit. So back with Caroline 7-4. Other quarterfinals are ongoing on neighbouring courts. So once we have the results for those, we'll keep you updated. That is probably one of the best shots we've seen all day so far from Caroline. Whipped round on that forehand. That short topspin angle, a very common sight at this level in singles. So that takes us to 8 and the switch of ends. Both players taking a break. Thadia getting into the shade, out of the sun, taking on some advice from mixed doubles partner James Chowdhury. So I think I'd like to see Thadia going for the serve a little bit more, making a conscious effort to move in. Definitely returning a few more balls down the middle. We've seen Caroline taking advantage of a lot of angles so far in this match. And that return just goes long. Although it's a point conceded, it is more of an effort to get into the net, moving forward off the return. And another return goes long from Thadia. Look of frustration at the moment. At the moment, just got to keep herself in this game. And that's the 3rd in a row. Timeout is called. Probably a good call. Pickleball is very much a game of momentum, and we see it a lot with players going on quite quick, short, sharp runs with points. So important to use those timeouts, especially when you're given them. So definitely be going safer on this return if I was Thadia, making sure the ball stays inside the court. Now we see coming up to the net, which I think is a good strategy for her. Got the volley on top of the net, just couldn't quite redirect it onto that backhand side of Caroline. Another unforced error off a return from Thadia. Body language has slightly changed. That's a much better return. A little bit flatter, shorter, a bit more directed. Got the serve back now, see if she can take advantage. And this time the serve goes long. We're struggling for any breaks at the moment. Is Thadia. It's one of the more frustrating things in pickleball when you can win points on your opponent's serve and always struggle on your own serve. And there's one. See if she can use it. Score is 5-13. And there we go. Coming up to the net, dominating from that position, something we've seen Caroline do throughout this match. And that's where Thaddeus is going to find success, is taking the game to Caroline. Forehand goes just long, reminiscent of the passing shot she made against Louis Leville in the English Nationals Major League Pickleball style team event a couple of years ago. Yeah, both women so consistent from the baseline with their depth. Caroline taking advantage of that slightly shorter ball, making her approach, which brings her around to match point here in this women's singles quarter-final match. And Thaddeus catches that ball on the top of her paddle, sends it out, and confirms the victory for Caroline, who moves through to the semi-finals. Just going to check in on the other results to see how everyone else is doing. See if we can get an update for you. Don't think we have any at the moment, so stay tuned on the live stream. I believe we will either have a women's semi-final matchup or the men's gold medal match coming up. But stick around and it won't be long before the next match. Okay, welcome back to the 2024 Reballution Cup powered by Skechers Pickleball. We have for you our Open Men's Singles Gold Medal match between James Chowdhury and Louis Leville. As we saw earlier, Louis defeating Bartosz in the bronze medal match to earn his way back to this gold medal match. For those of you unfamiliar with the double elimination format, as James has yet to lose a match, if Louis does win this best of three matchup, they will play an additional game to 15. Again, James doing well, getting across the court, takes the first point, keeps that ball nice and low. And as we said earlier, these players so keen to get into the net, often running through their returns. Just got to be careful to make sure they're still making full contact with the ball. And as Louis says, that's too good from James. We saw that forehand start to fire towards the end of his last game with Louis. Both players so well rounded in their singles games. Louis had reasonable success today with third shot drops and dropping the ball from the back of the court. So we'll be interested to see if that theme continues. James's focus will very much be the amount of topspin he can get on the ball, getting that ball to drop over the net. It has been a very long day for these players. Started earlier this morning, contending with the heat, the wind, the depth of competition. James just leaning back a touch on that forehand. Louis egging himself on to get on the board. And that double backhand. Again, both of those balls just below the height of the net. A nice movement in from Louis, putting pressure on. Backhand drop working nicely for Louis so far in this match. Forehand just sailed a little bit higher than he might have liked. Gave James a nice opportunity to come over the top of that ball. Again, unforced error, just running through the ball just increases the margin for error. You can't guarantee the contact point to be exactly where you want it. And almost the shot of the day from Louis. James just doing enough with that forehand. And again, James just leaning back slightly when hitting that forehand roll. Just opens the paddle face up a little bit and causes that ball to go a little bit higher. We've seen quite a few missed serves from James throughout today. Louis immediately calling a timeout. Don't know if he's struggling with the physicality of the day. Like we said, it is a long day, very tiring. And this double elimination format does mean that all games that these players have played have been best of 3 games to 11. Reballution Cup does attract talent from across Europe, so although we do have 2 British players in the final, there's been players from Poland, Spain, France, Sweden, who have all made it difficult for Louis and James to get to this point. Alright, ball just clips the edge of Louis' paddle. Had some success returning to James's forehand when they played each other in the winners bracket final. James just managing to get round and over the top of that ball enough on that occasion. I think James saying he should have gone for the body. Louis probably correct. Again, we see that error from the mid-court quite a few times today. Yeah, nice job by Louis going back behind James on that backhand side. Said earlier I'll try and bring you updates on the women's singles, and it looks like the 2 semi-finals are set between Pei Chuan Cao and Pialina Ander, and Sabrina Mendez and Caroline Nothnagel. So back with James, 7-2. We've seen that shot a fair few times today. Looks like he's hitting it fairly consistently in this match so far. And again, James going back onto that forehand side of Louis. Looks fairly dialed in at the moment. Louis taking whatever he can get his hands on at the moment, net cord included. And too good from James. I thought Louis' drop was a pretty good shot. James goes around the post on the backhand, as you do. And then very casual on the next forehand to go back behind to get back the serve. Louis doing well to push James off the kitchen line, moving in and forcing an error. And again, net cord goes in Louis' favour. Again, he'll take it. Any easy points at this stage. Louis worked really hard on, once he gets up to the kitchen line, staying right up there. Seen any of the training videos that he's done, very much focuses on hand-eye coordination and reaction speed. No out call from James, so scores Louis a point with that inside-out forehand. Louis had a lot of success with the third shot drop today. Only difference there, James hadn't quite got to the kitchen line, so ball bounced right up in front of him. He goes just wide. A little bit more difficult when that return comes cross court to send the third ball down the line. Just a slight change of direction. Oh, too good from Louis. Corner to corner of the court. That lefty switch up again. We've seen it a couple of times today. A bit ambitious from James going down the line. Ball was very low and he was on the move. Lob serve, lands.
That is a total head loss.
Long and wide. Louis describes that as total head loss. He has used it before, has worked in the past. And again, James not closing out as of yet. James trying to replicate that backhand volley from earlier on. Just catches top of the net, falls back onto his side. Louis doing a great job of sending that serve a little bit deeper, keeping James at the back of the court. And moving in. So gap just 4 points now, 6-10. Yeah, too good from Louis. As we said earlier, sending that ball back across court can be a little bit higher percentage than going down the line. James does well, just to push Louis to move a little bit more. Misses the volley on top of the net. Might have been going long. Bit of a discussion between both players. Nevertheless, that's James Chowdhury with set 1 in this best of 3 gold medal match. We are willing Louis on to keep fighting. He's, I think, very much on the edge of his limit in terms of how much he's got left to give. Always difficult playing against James. He always looks so calm and collected at the other end of the court. Once again, referee Caitlin Sava doing a fantastic job. We are very lucky to have as much help as we can get with referees in Europe. There has been a great initiative just announced by the European Pickleball Federation working with USA Pickleball on referee training later on in this year. So fingers crossed that will move the needle a little bit as well. Louis opens up game 2 with a point, subsequently sends the ball long on the serve. And again, James just goes a little bit long on the third shot. Louis has had considerable amount of success with that inside-in forehand so far today. James just reading the positioning of that shot on that occasion. And that is, again, as we described, just too good from James. As soon as that ball crosses the plane of the net, dips so low. And as Louis said, running on very little energy becomes just more and more difficult to deal with these low balls that come over the net. Great deep return from Louis. And again, we've seen today some absolutely fantastic rallies and shots, but equally something that we can apply to all levels of pickleball in terms of deep serves, deep returns. Forcing your opponent to hit one more shot has paid dividends throughout today. Backhand goes long from James. Louis' slice approach working nicely for him at the moment, keeping that ball low. And great drop from Louis. We've said all along today, especially in that game against Bartosz, the majority of the time he was dropping on that third shot, he was winning the points. That skill set he's been working on for his doubles play, paying dividends in the singles. Loose return from Louis brings James to within one. And again we see unforced error, just keen to get to the net, running through that ball. Lob went up very high. Unfortunately for Louis, the wind just pulled it back towards the net and gave James what turned out to be quite a straightforward put-away shot. And again, deep return, deep serve, sorry, from James, and that third shot, very, very matter of fact. So it breaks out into a bit of a lead, 6-4. Make that 7 as the return from Louis catches the net. Serve goes long from James, a little comment to himself. Just didn't catch that backhand as cleanly as he normally does. So good opportunity for Louis here. And again the lob holding up in the wind. Not the worst play going into the wind, but just got to give it a little bit more depth. Nice change up from Louis with the Ernie. Lesser spotted in singles, but and again we see success with the drop. Definitely something to keep an eye on. And again, Louis, third shot drop, follows it up with the drive. Just pulling James away from that middle position at the net. Follows it up with a missed serve. James is lacking a bit of forward momentum on a couple of these third shot drives. Yeah, great point all round from both players. Louis doing well to finish it off at the first given opportunity. Stuck at 7 apiece. And again we see Louis setting himself up for success with that third shot drop. Takes the lead in the second game. Wide goes James with the return. Yeah. Too good from James. Did so well to get round that backhand. Go back cross court. Gets a little clap from his opponent. And that missed forehand brings up game point for Louis in this second game. James almost teasing him in that point. Referee Caitlin Sava doing a fantastic job of getting the balls as well as being a referee. So back at 7-10. Lob goes long. You just see both James and Louis starting to tire a little bit. Rallies are becoming shorter. Going for bigger shots slightly earlier on in the point than they would have done at the start of the game. I'd expect to see quite a big serve here from James. Garners a missed return from Louis. Takes James just to within 2. Wide goes the backhand volley. Been otherwise controlled from Louis. Maybe just a sign. A few nerves creeping in. He's had the lead for a while. Knows he needs this game to force a third decider. Signs of frustration now creeping in. Missed return takes it to 10-10. Another missed return brings up championship point for James Chowdhury. And again, just leaning back a touch on that third shot. Goes wide with the return. So back all square at 11 all. And not the time you want to be missing your serve. Levels just dropped a little bit as we've got to the close of this second game. As I say that, James makes a fantastic forehand third shot drop cross court. Described as delicious by someone in the crowd. So back with James, 11 all. As a reminder, this game is win by 2. Had Louis scared for a little bit. Sort of lofted ball down the line. And that is not what you want to be seeing if your name is Louis Leville. James, very well known for his good use of net chords at the right time. Loves a good celebration as well. Again, struggled to make that forehand down the line in this match. Both players struggling to score on their serve at the close of this game too. I think it's probably going to be a situation the first player to score a point will go on to win the game. Yeah, nice cover from Louis. Stretched right across both sides of the court. Nice get from James. Would have liked to have seen Louis drop that next ball and put the pressure on James at the net. So difficult to make the right decisions when these games go on for so long. And that's the ball James has been looking for, and you can see the delight that he's finally made one. And that forehand brings up a second championship point for James Chowdhury. And again, falls off that forehand. So is it third time lucky for James? And it is. Missed return from Louis. Gives James the victory. 13-11 in the second game. Some fantastic rallies and shots in there. But all-round great play from these two British players. Congratulations to James, who takes home a solid €900. And I believe next up we will either have the women's bronze medal match or the women's gold medal match. Both semi-finals are ongoing at the moment. So stay tuned, and we will be back shortly for, or potentially an interview with James. We'll find out and we'll let you know.
Can we go just like here, then we're out the sun?
Okay, we're here with silver medalist Louis Leville. Louis, you got back into the gold medal match, having beaten Bartosz in a tough bronze medal match. James just a bit too good today?
Yeah, I mean, not just too good today, he's too good full stop. He's like, it's the reason he's one of the top players in the world and definitely the best in Europe at singles. Had a lot of fun playing against him twice today. Had a couple of chances. I played probably some of the best singles I've played, but you know, ultimately he's one of the top players and he's there for a reason, he won for the reason.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at that game, you had a lot of success, I saw, with your third shot drops, often coming in behind those. Was that a strategy you wanted to implement in this gold medal match?
To be honest, I was so tired. I was just trying to like get over the net. Yeah, I was trying to roll a bit behind him a little bit at times, and then move him over. So, because my best shot is my forehand down the line, and so if I can get him in a position where he's not comfortable, the balls are really soft because it's so hot, and like conditions suited, trying to sort of push rather than whack, which I felt quite well today.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to come and talk to us. Congratulations on your silver medal.
Thank you very much.
And we'll get James in. Also beer in hand. James, congratulations.
Thank you, my friend.
Another win. Compiling on from yesterday, obviously your gold medal in the team event. How does it feel for your second gold this weekend?
Good question. I hadn't thought of that. There's a 2 from 2. Yeah, it seems I'm doing pretty well out here. Look, conditions are really tough. Players this year are stronger than ever. I've just final and then the gold medal match. So yeah, he's had some battles to get through to the finals and back. Same with myself. So it's long but really good days, and it's exciting to see that the standard in Europe is improving so much.
Definitely. And this tournament, they've implemented a double elimination format for the men's singles. How did you find that in comparison to what we'd normally have in terms of round robin and single elimination?
So I really like the format. Now, I'm saying that having won all the way and not had to grind through backdraw, so I can say it. I think it's a fair way of doing it. I don't think you're ever going to see a podium if you play double elimination where you're like, oh, that just does not look right. When you've got best 2 out of 3 sets, for the most part, the better players and stronger players are coming through. So you see the podiums being a little bit more as to who you expect, which is good in some respects. Other times it's actually nice to see some other people make it up on the podium as well. So I think there's a place for both of them.
Awesome. Well, James, once again, congratulations. Thank you very much for taking the time. And we'll be back shortly with our women's singles matchup.
Thanks, Dan.
I think it's 15.
Bueno, esto hay que verlo, hombre. Me cago en los muertos. Me cago en su puta.
Nothnagel. I've just been informed it is best of 3 games to 11, win by 2. Caroline lost out in the semi-finals to Sabrina Mendez. Pialina losing out to Peichuan Cao. As we're getting later into the day, the sun is setting, so slightly different position, bringing some shade onto the court. That ball lands back on Pialina. Both players coming from very strong tennis background. Pialina doing well to stay in that rally. Nice controlled volleys, keeping the ball nice and low. The two-handed backhand goes just long from Caroline. Again, not clean contact, I don't think. Wind is definitely swirling a little bit on these courts. Caroline goes just wide. We saw earlier from Caroline a big presence at the net, big wingspan. Reached a lot of those balls against Thadia in her quarterfinal. Just struggling at the moment to dial in the drives. And we've seen throughout today players running through those returns in an attempt to get up to the net. Can often cause them more issues than benefits, as we see there 2 times in a row from Pialina. Want those returns to be a little bit safer, a bit more central. Those 3 missed returns bring Caroline back level in this game 1. Score is 3-3. For those of you unfamiliar with this event, it's being put on by Pickleball Rota, who do a fantastic job promoting the sport in the local area. And they work very closely with lots of local authorities and organisations to make this event a great experience all round for players, not just on the pickleball court. Just finds the inside of the baseline from Caroline. Key part of the Reballution Cup is the work that Pickleball Rota do with the Hotel Playa de la Luge, who have their own 4 purpose-built dedicated pickleball courts. 4-star hotel just on the beach. Perfect place to come and play some pickleball if you are looking. A few shorter rallies at the moment. I think for both players, just need to get into these points a little bit longer. Serve is called long by Caroline. So back to 4-4. And third shot drop is fruitful for Pialina, who retakes the lead, 5-4. And favourable net cord doubles that lead. Just starting to build a little bit of momentum is Pialina. A couple of enforced errors from Caroline. And just long on the return. I'd like to see her go a little bit safer on those returns. She's had success following it in with that big presence up at the net. And again, favourable net cord for Pialina. And this time just drops down back on her own side. Not quite 3 times in a row. And right idea from Caroline, going back behind the backhand of Pialina. Just didn't quite lift that ball enough to get it up and over the net on that second occasion. Again, nice depth from Caroline. And that's what she's wanted. The last few times, stayed nice and low on that backhand. Really using the left hand on the paddle to get up and over that ball. And nice play from Piolina going inside out with the smash. And takes Caroline to 6, so just 3 points behind. Goes wide on the serve. So seen that a few times today with players scoring a couple of points and then either missing a serve or a return. There's a nice drop from Piolina. Probably needed both hands on the paddle to redirect that ball down the line, or get a bit further behind the ball to be able to go back cross court. This time the net cord eventually works in Caroline's favour. So just a 2-point game. Just deep on the backhand side. Piolina's been on 9 for a little while now, so we'll see if she can make any strides. Yeah, too good. Timeout called from Piolina. I think just needs a little bit of a breather. Been stuck on 9 for a little while, just struggling to get any real momentum on her serve. Swirling of the wind, probably not helping, but it's the same for both players on both sides. And net cord favourable this time for Caroline. She was probably due one. Brings herself to within 1 point. Oh, and just goes long on the around the post. What would have topped off a fantastic point from both players. Had a lot of court coverage in that point. And just goes wide on the back end. Like Pielina maybe to attempt a slice approach. We saw Louis using the slice to keep the ball nice and low earlier on, a little bit shorter in the court, which garnered a few mistakes off the paddle of James. Pia goes wide with the return, so we're even at 9 apiece. Big volley on the top of the net. Slight call out of frustration from Caroline. She knew that would have set up a game point, having been down for the majority of this first game. Ooh, I'm not sure that bounced particularly well. Which sets up game point for Pielina. Ends up on the floor. That ball stayed so low. Really important when that ball is low to get as low as you can to make sure you can use your legs and your core to drive all the way up through the ball. Return goes long. Wind is picking up. And that takes us to 10-10. Return really tight to the sidelines. Return is deep from Caroline, so second game point here for Pielina. And approach goes long, and that gives game one to Pielina, 12-10. Really hard fought game, could have gone either way. Pielina did well, had the lead throughout the majority of game one, weathered the storm of Caroline, and pulled through towards the end to take the first game. Following this game, we do have the women's open singles gold medal match, which will be between Sabrina Mendez and Pei Chuan Cao. Sabrina, the hometown favourite, and Pei Chuan Cao, originally from Taiwan but currently living in the UK. We are of course missing Maria Fernandez, who unfortunately has an ACL injury. She's in the hospital at the moment, so we wish her well in her recovery. Yeah. Nice couple of volleys from Pielina, spreading the ball around. The top end of the court has been the favourable side for players throughout this tournament so far. Yeah, great change up with the drop from Caroline. We've seen quite a lot today. The players who are more intent on dropping are the ones who often come out on top in those points. A little hands battle we don't see very often in singles. Pia just reinforcing to herself to put that ball down. Try and put it away. Ball on court, so we will replay that last point. As we said, Pia getting nice and low, really going to have to come up and through that ball to get it over the net. Big serve with a big gust of wind from Caroline opens the scoring in game 2. Nice variety of depth from Pialina. Deeper volley and a shorter volley, forcing Caroline to move not only side to side but forwards and backwards as well. And nice drop from Caroline, the forehand cross court. Had to guess one way or the other. Guessed the correct way from Pialina's forehand on top of the net. Hint of a scorpion volley from Caroline, just lost her footing a little bit. Referee will recall the score. So score is 1-2. And that brings Pia even in this second game. Really not much between these two players at the moment. And as we said with Louis and James, it's been a long day. The women have played round robin groups, quarterfinals and semi-finals to get to this stage. And the backhand goes just wide from Caroline. Not the natural angle to go sort of inside out on the backhand. Just had a big gust of wind. Oh, great attempt by Pia. But fantastic play by Caroline, covering all bases. Did say earlier she has that big reach at the kitchen line, so not much gets past her. Caroline using that backhand slice, sort of hybrid drop drive on that third or fourth shot. Really effective at the moment, just skims the top of the net and drops ever so slightly. And net cord in Caroline's favour. Pia ends up on the floor, calls out to say that she's okay, which is the main thing. just stopping for a drink. Each of these players does have one timeout per game to 11. You are of course allowed as many drinks breaks as you want, provided it doesn't interrupt the flow of the game. And great net coverage by Pia, coming right across to that forehand side. Again, the second game just as tightly fought as the first. As we saw in the game with Louis and James, shorter rallies starting to creep in as these players get a little bit more tired. And great ball by Pia. Stayed nice and low. Good read by Caroline for that backhand down the line. It almost becomes a guessing game for these players as to which way the ball is going to travel. Just goes long from Caroline. Having a few words with herself after that forehand. And just deep on the volley. A few signs of frustration starting to creep in. Pia just taking her time in between serves. So takes the lead, 4-3. Looked from our perspective like a perfect drop from Pia. Just caught the top of the net. Just long on the volley. She's done so well in the majority of those points, keeping those volleys nice and controlled. That one just a little bit too much of a stretch. And follows that up with a missed return. Yeah, and another missed return. Maybe in timeout territory for Pia here. That works also. Nice court coverage. Fantastic technique from Caroline. You can see how much she's using that left hand on the two-handed backhand. Fantastic ball striking as well, stepping into that backhand drive. I suspected it might come sooner or later. Timeout from Pialina at 7-4. Again, these players have worked so hard all day today. So as it gets to the end of the day and we get into the final matches, degree of tiredness creeps in. I don't think any of these European players at the moment are full-time training for pickleball. They all also have jobs in the real world, so have to balance how much training they can do in terms of not only pickleball training but gym work and fitness. Ball striking just too good from Caroline in that point. Every single ball hit cleanly, inches over the net. Pia finding some success with the flat forehand return, staying nice and low. Struggling to make any headway when Caroline gets into the net. I'd like to see her return to that dropping strategy. Yeah, and great volley on the backhand side, reminiscent of James Chowdhury's backhand volley in that men's singles final. Just taking all the pace off the ball and opening up the paddle face to redirect it. Again, that volley that drops a bit shorter, just causing some issues for Caroline. Yeah, and lovely drop from Pia. Like to see her use that a little bit more often. Again, she's had success with it when she has used it. Yeah, and unlucky on that point. Neck cord didn't really do her any favours. As we said earlier, majority of the points at the moment, sort of 2, 3, 4, 5 shots, not many more than that. Something for these players to definitely focus on as they develop in their pickleball journeys is the longevity of these days. Peeliness thinks that ball on the baseline might have been long, but agreeing that she played it and therefore not calling it out. Yeah. Too good from Caroline. Takes her to 9, just 2 points away from forcing a third game. And that forehand just starting to fire a little bit more consistently. Plenty of topspin on these balls. And game point number 1 for Caroline. And great point all round. That gives Caroline game 2, so we are off to a deciding third game. Suspect the players will take as much time as they can in between this game 2 and game 3. Okay, game 3 set to get underway. Pialina to serve. The players will switch sides once the first player reaches 6 points. And great start from Pia in this game 3. Calls the ball wide from Caroline. So early 2-0 lead. Pia, I think it's going to be crucial for her to stay on the front foot early in this third game. And a favourable net cord again for her. Caroline with a bit of a wry smile. Nothing that can be done. It shows you how small the margins are in these matches. And again, good change up with the shorter volley. Bringing Caroline in from that baseline. Just struggling a little bit with the depth on the return. Similar thing that Louis had earlier. Might be worth Pia just taking a step further back away from the baseline once she's served. Just to give her the space to move forward on the third ball. Nicely directed down the line from Caroline. Gets her on the board. Great recovery from Pia with that ball landing right on the baseline. Just couldn't quite follow up with the second forehand. Yeah, and great angle from Caroline. These shorter balls causing problems for both players. Oh! She worked so hard to get there. Unfortunately, couldn't quite slow down in time. Just about avoids collision with the net post. Brings Caroline even, 3-3. And great ball from Pia, going back cross court. Staying low. Yeah. Great consistency on the backhand from Pia in that rally. Getting right behind the ball every single time. And Caroline goes wide with the volley. Extends Pia's lead to 5-3. Good for her to get to the turn ahead. Just misses the volley. Wind again picking up during that point. Really tough conditions for these players to navigate. Again, depth plus wind causing issues. You can see Pia as she approaches the net. If she's hit the ball to the backhand side of Caroline, she's following in the same direction she's hitting the ball, rather than always to the middle. Just trying to put a little bit more pressure on that next shot. So again, another opportunity for Pia to take this to the turn. And lefty switch for Caroline. Keeps her in the point. Had more missed serves today than we might have imagined at the start. Potentially owing to the wind. Yeah, great forehand from Pia, following it in. Definitely aided by a gust of wind as well. You can see the net starting to sway a little bit. So change of ends, 6-4. Pia-Lena ahead. And nice pressure from Pia, using that top spin, getting the ball below the height of the net, forcing Caroline to create something with the volley. Just long, says Pia for that ball on the baseline. So extends her lead again, 8-4. It's a good bit of momentum for her at the moment. And that's too good from Pia. I've seen her a few times, whether it's the drop or the drive, run round onto the forehand side and go inside out to the backhand side of Caroline. So just 2 points away. Serve lands wide. Yeah, and too good from Caroline. Pia hadn't quite made it up to the non-volley zone. Gave Caroline lots of room to work with. Referee once again turned ball boy. Has done a fantastic job so far. You see Pia now just struggling to get up to the kitchen line off these returns. Timeout is called from Pia. Score is 7-9 on the serve of Caroline. She's done much better in the last few points, slightly bigger serves, more dominating drives on the third. Using that wind direction very much to her advantage. Yeah, great depth from Pia. So again, serving just 2 points away, 9-7. Yes, lands in. Inside in forehand down the line. Just more often than not gone inside out. Cross court. So a nice change up. Brings her a match point. And Caroline almost says not today. Just goes wide. So congratulations to Pia, who takes the bronze medal in 3 sets, the third set ending 11-7. I think we'll have pretty quickly coming up next the women's gold medal match between Sabrina Mendez and Pei Chuan Cao. So stay tuned and we will be back shortly.
Ja, men det var okej. Alltså, din back, jag kan inte spela backen, förutom det. Vad händer med backen? Nej, det är här. Så liksom, du drar i ryggen. Ja, just det, du hade ryggen. Du kan inte liksom... Och sen satte det sig lite i huvudet. Det är mycket bättre nu. Men direkt när jag kom så här så blev jag så här... Och så blev det liksom att jag så här... Spänner sig lite. Mitt på backen liksom. Fattar inte riktigt. Det var ju bra att jag kände att jag kommer inte förbi henne. Jag måste chip en charge och det suger på idag. Så det vet jag får fortsätta på. Det gick bra. Ja, det gick bra. Det var vinden. Till slut så var det vinden var ju så här. Så det var något mål. Ja, så att det var ju, vad heter det, det var ju det som liksom räddade mig lite. För att jag såg hur bollen var ju så här och hon var inte så. Det var ju bra. Har ni kort eller? Vad händer nu? Vilket är? Annars kan det vara bra.
Okay, and then another one. Then I get it. Thank you.
Para nada. Para nada. ¿No la ves que está un poco más levantada?
¿Me estás llamando enana?
No, no, que está más levantada la cámara. Pero bueno. Sí, ¿no? Claro, claro, claro. Que lo rápido que ellos, ya ellos. Ya ellos.
Where's he at the minute? Is he in the UK?
Say again?
Is he in the UK?
Yeah.
So I know he was like in Spain or something.
¿Estoy fuera? Pues toma, para ti. Toma. Eso te va a gustar. Ahí no está. Se ha callado. Ahí. Bueno, vamos a leer.
Last game of the day, man.
¿Hoy?
Okay, we are back with the last game of the day. Is the Open Women's Singles gold medal match between Pei Chuan Cao and Sabrina Mendez. Early doors net cord for Pei, originally from Taiwan. Made a name for herself last year and this year. As the captain of Team Sea Surge in MLP Australia. Some fantastic results all over the world for her this year. So exciting to see how she does in the Reballution Cup this year. On the opposite side, Sabrina Mendez. Very experienced paddle player. Pei with a lovely roll backhand down the line. Sun almost out of play now, just a little hint of it still on the side of Sabrina at the top. And for this gold medal match, I've been joined finally in the commentary booth by Shane Crook.
Yeah, hi Sam. Yeah, it's good to be here today. Final game of the day. Wind's starting to surge a little bit now, starting to sway around a little bit, so it should be a good match. We'll push away from everyone a little bit with the wind, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, ball just catches the inside of the baseline from Sabrina. Looked like it was going to go a little bit long, and I think Pei was expecting it to go a little bit long. But as you said, Shane, wind definitely playing its part towards the end of the day.
Yeah, it's really noticeable now. I think throughout the day it hasn't really been noticeable. But yeah, I think it's starting to be a bit of a struggle now. This is the last game of the day, so let's get this one out of the way, and then hopefully tomorrow we don't have the same amount of wind.
It's historically quite a windy location for pickleball. Those of you who have maybe watched a live stream from Rota in the past know I have myself, and seen a temporary net falling over in the wind. So it goes to show you the speed at which the wind can travel around here is very coastal. backs out onto the Atlantic Ocean. Not sure what.
I think someone in the crowd made a bit of noise, and it was a Spanish contingent of when Sabrina went and nearly hit a winner, and it put Pei off a little bit. So I think that's what she's making a point of.
Yeah, nice ball from Pei. Sabrina did a great job of covering the court with those volleys.
Good thing about this match as well will be that both Pei and Sabrina are very athletic and very hard fighters, so they're not going to give each other any inch of court in this match.
So 3-2, a little bit cagey at the start of this match, as we've seen a lot of the other matches today. Hey, just missing a forehand volley on the top of the net, not something we see very often. But something she's really good at is making sure she takes her time between points, especially after she's lost one. You can see Sabrina just motioning. She wanted to move up a little bit more on that backhand.
What would you be looking to do right now, Sam, with this win? What would your main aim be?
I think where I'd want to be is up at the net. Definitely want to be getting in as soon as I can. It's difficult for us to have a read of how the wind plays out on court. Generally it's moved left to right, but I think I definitely want to be up at the net, be my safe spot, especially both of these players are also very high level doubles players. They're more than comfortable up at the net. Few unforced errors from Pei so far. She's not been too keen to get forward early on in points. Might be a change for her as this game progresses. And again, nice play from Sabrina.
Yeah, great court coverage.
I'd like to see Pei take a touch of pace off a couple of these drives. Just emphasise the top spin a little bit more, get that ball dipping just below the height of the net.
Even with the shadow, we're still looking at a 26-degree temperature as well, so it's been hard work for everyone here today, but it's been a good day. I'd rather have the sun than the
At least we didn't bring the rain with us.
Yeah.
And Sabrina's head just comes up as she's hitting that backhand approach. 2-7, so a bit of a lead for Sabrina. We've seen a few times today with that slice return across the board, just floating a little bit long. Advantage of keeping the ball low, disadvantage of maybe unintended extra depth. And fantastic volley on the forehand side from Pei.
In this sort of condition, seems to be working quite well for Pei.
And a big shout out from the crowd from Lisa Evans, who I think is here in lieu of Louise Stevens this weekend, if she's watching. Pei's #1 fan. Yeah, she's found her rhythm a little bit more now. Deep serves, forcing that shorter return and capitalising with the third approach.
Yeah, it's like Pei's now dialed into the match, sort of found out what she needs to do and how to do it a little bit more now, since she hasn't been on court for a few hours, so expect a lot more points should hopefully go Pei's way.
And that's exactly what we were looking for in terms of a little bit more focus on the topspin rather than the pace. And that ball really dipping as it crosses over the net. And just like that, from 2-7 back to 7-7. And Let Cord lands favourably, takes the lead at 8-7. Anything you'd be looking to do if you were Sabrina at this moment in time? She's done well to take the time out, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you know, far from the high level of this pickleball from where I am, but I think what Sabrina was doing really well was covering the net very, very well. And a lot of that would be with her paddle experience as well. Look to do that a little bit more, make Pei have to hit a better shot, what potentially could create an unforced error. Yeah, she's holding her own very well. She's playing very well. But yeah, I think more approach on the sort of net side of play might help her. Even move Pei up and down the court, poster side to side, would help.
Yeah, and that's something we saw in the bronze medal match with Pialina hitting a few of her volleys a little bit shorter in the court, forced Caroline to move in and take a lower ball. So definitely an option for Sabrina. Pei in the lead now, 8-7. Like we said, net coverage really strong from Sabrina.
Yeah, and that was really evident when we're at the APP in Miami with the Americans and, you know, the full-time pros. They really emphasise working really hard on covering that net. Seems to be their sort of way of saving energy in the long run of the game, sort of putting that effort in to get to the net, to create these unforced errors or even putting the ball away. That's what we found and we noticed while we were out there.
And Pei painting the sideline there with that forehand down the line. Moves on to 9, just 2 points away from taking game 1. And that slice return again, floating long. So brings up a game point for Pei Chuan Cao. And again, slice return just falls long. So 11-7 to Pei in this game 1. Players will switch ends. A little touch of paddles, good mutual respect between both of these players.
Something noticeable in that as well was the slice return. I think 3 or 4 of those were slice returns there, and the ball's just floating up. It's not penetrating. It's not penetrating like it will do on a normal day. I think maybe that's something Sabrina needs to look at stop doing, because it's just created 3 or 4 points for Pages to take from a serve.
We've discussed all day how small the margin for error is at this level now. You know, we spoke to James Chowdhury earlier after his gold medal match, described the depth of competition and talent is just always growing, and 3 or 4 returns into the net can be the difference between winning and losing. And for these players, as the money in Europe grows and the opportunities get bigger, it becomes more and more important for them to be on top as much as they possibly can.
More events like this as well. You know, we've got some of the best players across Europe here this weekend. Hayes here, Sabrina's here. You know, the depth in the women's game and also in the men's game is just really high level compared to last year, and it's good to see. You know, people from all different countries. It's only just going to help promote and grow the sport.
I think in total there are 25 countries represented across the weekend, so real international feel for the Reballution Cup this year. Yeah. Again, too good from Pei, and we've said all day, as soon as the opponent is at the net and you can force them to make contact below the height of the net, you're setting yourself up for success in singles, and that will also carry through to doubles as well. Almost James Chowdhury-esque, that forehand. Made sure she got her feet round the outside of the ball on that forehand side. Wind gusting around at the moment. And Pei, aptly for me, as I described earlier, emphasising that topspin a little bit more than the pace. Working really nicely for her towards the end of that first game and into this second game. Something she had to focus on when playing at the US Open, played against Mary Humberg, who probably has the most vicious slice in women's professional pickleball.
Oh yeah, that was a good match to watch. Yeah. I remember watching that one live on YouTube. It was quite a match to watch.
It finished 15-13 to Hamburg, but landed Pei in 7th place in the US Open singles.
Much of her slice as well, emphasising what I was saying earlier about covering the net. You know, she's great at covering the net as well, and she made that point when she was playing against Pei as well. She was introducing slice into most of her shots, but as well she was covering the net extremely well.
So see if Sabrina can get off the mark here in this second game. Might be a bit of the paddle influence, a little bit slicey on that volley. Again, below the height of the net, just needs to lift that ball up and over. It's just a process of recognition of being in a strong position on the court versus being in a slightly weaker position. It's too good from Pei. Again, emphasising that top spin.
Backhand and forehand side. That one was clean backhand down the line.
Sporting what's become her trademark look with the one orange trainer and one pink trainer from Skechers. Four zero. Just deep from Pei. I don't mind the slightly loopier, more loaded topspin approach. Just got to rein it in. And again there you see just the focus on that shot was the pace and power rather than the spin.
Let's see if Sabrina can build on this 1 point now. Start putting some points on the board.
We've seen quite a lot today when players have made their third shot drive, sort of half followed it in but not got into the net, and they end up in very much a no man's land in singles. And Pei had a lot more room than she gave herself on that shot. So difficult to keep an eye on what your opponent's doing as well as focusing on your own shots. Yeah, great change up from Sabrina, forcing Pei in. Maybe that's a change we'll see Sabrina continue to bring in this game too. Yeah. Deep serve brings the gap to 1.
Just a bit of a wayward return there from Pei. Nothing she won't be too worried about, but she'll focus in extra hard on this next one.
One thing that's been common across all of our open singles games so far today is how all of these players can go in either direction off both wings. Pei a couple of times has gone inside out on that forehand, that time goes inside in. Nice and patient from Sabrina. Couple of drops in there.
One thing that's been really noticeable today as well with the pace of the ball, where it's been hot today, is it's allowed a lot of the players, especially later on in the days, just to give themselves that extra half second to read the play where it's going, and even actually sometimes creating sort of a different way of where they were going to hit the ball and deceive their opponent. It was very noticeable between James and Louis. That's what they were both doing to each other.
So 5-3. Sabrina's backhand just a little bit flatter than Pei's. So a bit more of a struggle for her to get the consistency of depth. Having said that, lovely and deep on the return off the backhand.
She must have heard you.
It's not the first time what I say doesn't actually happen. There'll be many more times, I'm sure. Pei just fighting the wind a little bit. Just needs to give herself a bit more margin for error in terms of height. Maybe send a couple more balls cross court as opposed to down the line. Net cord just keeps the ball in, so just 1 point in it. Sabrina's found a little bit of momentum now.
Interesting thing about this today as well is that I think this is Pei's first competition where it hasn't involved a team element in it in quite a while. So where she's been with the Sea Surge, it's been very much a team sort of environment, playing and fighting with your team. And today obviously it's about her fighting and playing for herself. So to get back into that mentality from being in a team mentality is quite interesting to see how Pei's dealt with that today.
The good thing is there's always a strong British contingent at European tournaments, so you've always got that extra bit of backing when you need it. Yeah, really dominant net play from Pei, just keeping on the front foot. Wind going towards her so she can swing a little bit more freely through some of these balls.
Again, Sabrina looking at that forehand slice return there, just making it go a little bit too long for on the return.
And light is slowly fading here in Road to the Floodlights are on. And again, I think Pei can afford a little bit more margin for error than she's giving herself on a couple of these shots. She did well in that point to move Sabrina around, had a bit of a gap. Just a bit delayed following that ball into the net. Didn't quite get all the way to the non-volley zone line.
Yeah, great deep serve by Sabrina there, right at the back of the line.
And again, the focus on that roll, getting that ball to dip just as it comes over the net. More of a drop than a drive has proved fruitful across all of today, not just in this match. An unforced error on the return leaves Pei just 3 points away from the gold medal. And slightly dramatic reaction from Pei. Again, knew she had a bit more room than she gave herself credit for.
Great play there from Pei, putting Sabrina side to side. Sabrina managed to get into the net, but then again, the top spin that Pei has created there has just completed that opportunity for her to get the side out.
And as we've seen all day, as we're getting towards the end of these games, rallies just getting slightly shorter. More unforced errors starting to creep in. Players aiming to finish off the points as early as possible. And again, Pei taking her time in between points. Might just be an occasion where referee has a word with her. One thing she can't do is disrupt the flow of the game. A big backhand down the line from Pei. Again, we've seen her go majority of the time cross court. So that change up just keeps Sabrina guessing. And again, the inside out forehand, right inside the sideline. So difficult to know which direction she's going.
Great passing shot there from Sabrina. Just gave it that little bit more whip on the shot to create the top spin.
Great depth from Sabrina. We've not seen her moving forward too much in this second game. It's good to see a confident serve and an approach on the third shot.
Net call coming in a bit fortunate for Pei there on that shot.
Yeah. Sabrina just asking the referee if he saw that ball, but he confirmed the out call. Yeah, she makes it in the corner. Great hustle from both players. And 7-9, just 2 points in it. Yeah, rally of the match so far, I think. Fantastic from both players. Both covering lots of court. Big smile on the face of Pei Chuan. Both players deservedly taking a bit of a moment after that rally. So Pei Chuan calls a timeout. Don't think Sabrina is too impressed with Pei taking her time after the point and then calling a timeout, but fortunately she's well within her rights to do so up until the serve is made.
Yeah. I think it was more the timing just as it was about to load up the serve after they both had the break. the mutual break, I think, after that point, like you said earlier. Any exciting pairs you're looking forward to seeing tomorrow then, for the men's and women's doubles?
I think we've got the some of the obvious pairs, but new partnership I'm looking forward to seeing is we had a bit of a sight of it yesterday. It was Molly Nags and Pialina Ander. New partnership together, but both fantastic background in tennis, and good opportunity for them tomorrow to make waves in the women's doubles. Catches the net cord and ties up at 9-9. Crucial point for Sabrina to win after that slightly frustrating timeout from Pei. She's done well to regain her composure.
As well with those higher balls as well, and how Sabrina's putting them away, just showing her paddle experience and her mechanics within that game coming into her pickleball.
Just nets, that's where she could do just that touch of extra topspin when that ball's below the height of the net, brushing up the back of the ball rather than coming around flat. So back with Pei, 9-10. Again, we see Sabrina not quite making it up to the non-volley zone line, getting herself in a bit of trouble in no man's land. So all square. Reminder, these games are win by 2. Wide, goes Pei on the return, so sets up Sabrina for a second game point to force that third game. And there it is. Game 3 incoming between Pei Chuan Cao and Sabrina Mendez at the 2024 Reballution Cup, powered by Skechers Pickleball.
Great fight back there from Sabrina. Can't remember what point the score was down to, but it was something, was it a 7-2, something like that at one stage, and she fought back and brought the game back 12-10, so great fight from her, not giving up in it.
And I
be
think
interested to see what her tactic will be in this third set. You know, they're both talking to their groups of team and everything. Like you said earlier, was everyone's around helping each other, and be interested to see what tactics they all look at now.
I think third game is very much popular amongst the people who have stayed to watch. Really captivating game so far, so I think everyone wanted to see as much as they could.
No one's going to say no to a third set between Sabrina and Pei, that's for sure. Similar to the men's games today, and in Pialina's match for the bronze, there's a lot of fatigue setting in now.
Yeah, conditions very difficult across the board, quite windy, fatigue setting in, but also light fading. We do have floodlights, but still very much a difficult and different prospect than what it was playing even just an hour ago on these courts. As a reminder, the winning player in this singles takes home €900 and runner-up €500. So definitely worthwhile to get the win in this match if they can.
Yeah, it's a high amount of prize money in this sort of European competition. The whole venue and everything that goes with it is just outstanding. It's a municipal sort of facility, and you would never ever think it was so. A lot of the local government funding and everything that goes and associated with it. And it's a whole family feel between the whole weekend. There's kids of the age of 5 and 6 playing over in the far corner, alongside the pros playing in the final. It's just great to be around this sort of environment.
It's been interesting throughout the day because for the majority of the day the top end of the court has been the favourable end, but it feels a little bit like that has switched now. The wind direction has slightly changed and the bottom end has become the favoured side. A good start in this second game for Pei.
Yeah, it looks like Pei's going back to that strong top spin at the net to create these errors from Sabrina. Of course, these aren't unforced errors, these are forced errors from just how good quality the shots are. And there, Sabrina, fortunate for Sabrina. She got the net cord on her side then.
Yeah, very matter of fact from Pei on that smash. No messing around.
Great deep return on that point as well to set up the opportunity to get Sabrina scrambling. Just to put her in a position to start and get the turnover again.
And again, we see players, they get stuck in that mid-court zone, really struggle in singles. It's been a very common theme throughout today. Called wide by Sabrina, so she gets on the board in this third game.
Talking earlier about the light going, Pei's now decided to take off her glasses now as well.
I think Pei just making a comment about Sabrina's serve. We do have a referee to watch it. I hadn't personally noticed it, but
It's getting a bit feisty on this ball now.
and that ball called out by Sabrina. Difficult to tell from our position. Well, from my position anyway, there was a metal pole in the way, so I couldn't actually see where the ball landed.
Hay just needs to use this energy. Great shot there from Sabrina, but Hay just needs to use this energy now to focus in on the game and not let these small little things get in her way.
And we saw yesterday in the team event when Pei was playing against Nerea, the more the Spanish team got up for it, the more Pei got up for it. Great hustle from Sabrina to get across to that ball. Unfortunately, the most she could do with it was just to get it over the net. See if Pei can keep things moving here. Been on 2 for a little while. Just having a word with Thadia at the back of the court. Referee just making sure there was no coaching going on. It's getting a little bit tense in this final. Ball just lands long from Sabrina.
Sabrina hitting the ball away, just I think just frustrated with herself there in the shot. We hope. And a wayward shot from Pei then on that forehand. Four-3 Sabrina serving.
Yeah, lots of power behind that forehand. I think again Pei would do well to try and follow these returns in if she can. Wind again picking up.
Yeah, the gusts are very noticeable now. It's picked up throughout the whole match. You know, we spoke about it quite a lot at the beginning of the match, but yeah, they are getting slightly stronger as the match goes on. With it being a coastal town, you know, it's expected.
You can see how much these balls are moving in that last point especially.
Yeah, I think if there was no wind, that ball might have been going out, but the wind pushed it in. Part of playing outdoors.
Yeah? Do you have it? I have it. I told you. Why is it?
Bit of a tired backhand shot there from Sabrina. Just showing how taxing this match is for both Pei and Sabrina. Both very athletic people, but you know, throughout the day with his son and how long this match is going on, sort of creating these opportunities now for each other to go at creating these inconsistencies.
And again, Pei being caught just a little bit in no man's land on that last point.
Would you like to see a little bit more commitment from her getting to the kitchen line on those sort of shots?
Potentially it's just now with the wind and the strength of the wind, it's becoming more and more difficult to rely on your shots. Yeah. It's almost now becoming more of a situation as to approach the net when the wind is less strong and you can rely on your shot rather than just each time off the return or off the third. Referee making a point of calling the score. A great change up from Pei.
Pei again speaking to the referee about some of the fans and supporters just making a bit of noise in the point, because I'm sure if Sabrina had got the ball over, Pei just needs to look at focusing in a little bit more now, just put this all behind her. There's only 1 point in it at the minute.
Pei calls the ball wide. Not much of a protest from Sabrina, though she did shout out as if she'd won the point after the ball was called out, asked the referee, but not much of a protest from her.
Common tactic in tennis. Mid-point in a game, or
Call the ball in before it's called out.
Yeah, putting it past someone at the net. Oh.
Yeah, and that's Pei up to 6.
Yeah, the pick up from Sabrina there was great, but Pei was straight on it and put it on the other side of the court after dragging Sabrina to the other side. Again, both players will now go and converse with their teams.
It's not been much love lost in this third and final games. Just got a little bit of an edge to the atmosphere. Again, as we've said, difficult conditions with the wind, the light.
I think a lot of that will be as well, both of these players, of their backgrounds in sport and everything, and their competitiveness, just wanting to go that little bit extra further and, you know, push themselves, and, you know, this sort of thing also pushes their competitors.
So Pei out with the lead, 6-5 after this change of ends. Again, there'll be an adjustment period with the wind, although I suspect these players are fairly confident that they know what they're doing on each side now.
Yeah, and with the wind now, it's not that it's a consistent blow, it's more the gusts, and the gusts are really pumping into the side of this building that we have behind Sabrina. So it's sort of creating it's pushing it more towards the left-hand side of what you'll be able to see on the live stream.
And there's almost a bit of a stadium effect in this facility, so it can cause the wind to swirl a little bit as well. But nonetheless, unforced error off the return for Sabrina, takes pay up to 7, and another one, 2 in a row, takes pay up to 8.
Positive serving here from Pei as well at the change of ends, just looking to create that little bit more power, a little bit deeper than we've seen before. So
yeah, big call out from Pei. It's getting quite difficult to see the ball. So probably a good thing that we're nearing the close of this match. Pei 2 points away. Again, great positive serve. Just stood up a little bit too straight on the third, sends the ball a little bit long.
yeah, how the ball set up, it was definitely the shot to go for. Just the execution again, just with the amount of play both ladies had to go in today, the fatigue just playing its part there.
Pure power from Sabrina off the forehand wing. Takes her up to 6. Yeah, great ball striking from Sabrina. Really focusing in on making clean contact. Generally she hits quite flat, so when she makes that full ball contact, looks like a really heavy shot. Just catches the top of the net, falls back down.
I think Pei getting to the net pretty quickly there, just for Sabrina having to go for that better shot that created the error.
And the backhand volley winner brings up championship point for Pei Chuan. Wind back to gusting. See if she can take it at the first opportunity. Yeah, Sabrina goes wide. And gold for Pei Chuan in the Reballution Cup Women's Open Singles. That is the final game of the day, so thank you very much for joining us for our men's and women's singles today. We may have an interview with Pei, we may not. So if that's of interest, then in fact it looks like we're going to. So if that's of interest, stay tuned and we'll do our best to get some interesting information out of her.
didn't like it. But I didn't like. I don't like. I'm not like me. Like sauce. Yeah, I didn't like.
Ya, hijo, ya. Vale. Vale. Sabrina, cuando tú puedas, ¿vale?
It's like you. Tenía una camiseta en una bolsa.
You're okay to do it in English?
Well, okay, I will
Let's try.
Pues cuando quieras.
Okay, Sabrina, congratulations on your silver medal. A really difficult game. How did you think it went for you?
Well, thank you and congratulations to Pei. Today was really difficult to play because of the windy. It was changing all the time, so I didn't know how to play each point.
And I guess changing ends all the time as well makes it difficult. You have to constantly adjust in your mind. You're thinking about the wind. It was getting darker as well as the game went on. And then you've got Pei to play against as well. So a really tough game, but congratulations. Well done on your silver medal.
Thank you.
Pei,
You need to say slowly.
slowly.
Yes, please.
Okay, for you. Second gold medal of this weekend
Yes.
after your team event win yesterday.
Yep.
Really tough game against Sabrina.
Sabrina is pretty good.
Yeah. And how do you feel after your second gold medal?
I feel good because Sabrina is playing so good. So I'm glad I win this match.
Yeah. And really difficult here this evening with the wind and the light. How was it for you? In comparison to yesterday, it was very warm.
Yeah.
Today is a bit cooler,
Yeah.
but very windy.
Yeah.
How does it differ for you?
I don't like hot. I prefer like cold. But with windy, like sometimes you need to change because the windy will change. So you need to change what part you want it. So
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your gold medal.
thank you.
And thank you very much for joining us today. We will see you tomorrow for our men's doubles and women's doubles.
Good.